Like to call the meeting to order at 4:02 and announce that the board will be meeting in closed session to address items 1 through 3. Like to call for public comment on closed session items.
There are none.
And then I'd like to close the public comment and we will recess into closed session. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's 6:09 PM, July 19th, 2022. The board did meet in closed session and no action was taken. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. Unless otherwise ordered by the Sacramento County Public Health Department, the state, or by other legal mandate, including AB 361 board resolution, the Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Public comments update. There will be one public comment period during each regular board meeting after board recognitions that will include both items within the district's jurisdiction, but not on the board meeting agenda, and public comments on items on the board meeting agenda. Public comments, the guidelines for the in-person public comments and participation can be found on the table outside of the boardroom and on the district's website. The first item up is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Mr. Pierce to please help lead the pledge. Thank you.
Thank you, President Martinez-Hilaire. Please stand, salute, and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I would just like to say welcome to our new student board rep as well. Mr. Trek is here to join us tonight as well. Thank you. The first item on the agenda is the student expulsionary and voluntary transfer recommendation and request to return from student expulsion. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the request for return of student expulsion.
So moved.
Have a motion by Ms. Albiani.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Chávez Espinoza. Conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Chávez Espinoza.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson. Aye. Mr. Perez.
Again, I am not voting on this issue because of the fact that this board does not meet under closed session to deal with student disciplines.
So it's a
We
yes-
deal,
it's a
we
yes
deal
or
with
no, Mr.
employee
Perez, at this time,
disciplines,
please.
but yet here and in this school district, we do not take time to talk about student disciplines in closed session. So that's taking away power of this board to make input on each of these student
Yes, no.
expulsions.
No, that was
So
a-
that's why I am not voting on that, and I will continue to do that.
okay, thank you.
Madam President,
Yes.
point of information. I believe that our board bylaws only allow members to abstain from a vote in the case where there is a conflict of interest.
Right.
You have to vote yes or no.
No.
Yeah, abstaining
Yes.
is an option.
So is your vote a no, Mr. Perez?
I will not participate
So no, a no.
until this
Yeah,
board
Taking it as a no
meets
vote. Thank you.
to discuss student disciplines and student rights of these students in our district.
Thank you. Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The next item on the agenda is public comment. And it is my understanding for the public comment period of items on the agenda, there are no Zoom comments at this time. Are there? So I'm going to close the Zoom comments. And then are there public comment for items not on the agenda? Mr. Yang?
Yes, there is one. There is one. Yes, Heather Washington.
Or afternoon, sorry, I work graveyard, so twisted it back. I'm here today to address comments made by Vice Principal Couchot at the end of the past school year. But before I get into that, in going through this process, we have been notified by district office staff, teachers, administrators in the district, and even attorneys who have volunteered their time They have advised us that we are fighting a system that is not designed to give our justice to our daughter, and that we'll have to continue to focus on the moral victories in the process. However, with that, what can't be lost on this board by you as a superintendent and by human resources, no matter what ends up in these investigations, is at the end of the day, our 12-year-old little girl was harmed and life was severely impacted at the hands of Vice Principal Cusho. So in June, when multiple sources that work at Catherine L. Biani Middle School reached out to my husband and I and advised us that Kristen Cusho was advertising on campus that she received a promotion into a district position, you can imagine the anger and betrayal we felt as parents. Although Chris and Amrique assured us both in person and in writing that no such offer has been made while she is under investigation, I felt it necessary to bring this matter to public. Not only did our 12-year-old experience trauma when she was in the office alone with Kristen Cusho, she had a complete upheaval of her life when she had to move schools, lost her childlike innocence, and at the end of the day experienced severe psychological and emotional trauma at the hands of Kristen Cusho. This psychological and emotional trauma inflicted by Kristen Cusho was life-altering, where our daughter now has anxiety when dealing with school staff, has to undergo counseling, and is still dealing with the effects of what happened to her. Further, this trauma even extended as she navigates a new school, even going to high school, and can even possibly impact her as she becomes a parent herself and has children of her own. We as parents have also been traumatized as I work graveyards and no longer can sleep restfully with my phone off because I have to worry about my daughter calling, saying something has happened to her. We have to constantly ensure her mental health so she does not take her trauma to a physical level through self-harming, cutting, or suicidal ideations. I hope you guys understand the impact, if you had children or grandchildren, of what that means as a parent. What Kristen Cusho did is no different than any administrator physically or sexually assaulting a child because emotional and psychological trauma was inflicted. I will say it again because we keep having to come here because it seems to be lost on this district. What Kristen Cusho did is no different than any administrator physically or sexually assaulting a child because emotional and psychological trauma was inflicted. Based on the severe emotional and psychological harm inflicted by Kristen Cusho should never for the rest of her career in this district receive any type of promotion in rank, title, or pay. She represents the worst of what is this district. If she does, this board—
Mr. Washington, your time's up. Please wrap
Oh,
up.
I got one more sentence. If she does, this board, you as a superintendent, and your human resources are condoning that it's okay to cause emotional and psychological harm to students and continue to fail to protect them.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to have a copy of that report that was done on this issue sent to me in my email, district email. Is that an issue?
That's a separate, not at this time. We'll do
I
a
can
separate
follow up with
follow-up
you on
with
that,
the
Mr. Perez.
superintendent on
Excuse
that.
me?
I can follow up with you on that, Mr. Perez.
Well, I had officially spoke to you on this issue and you said I could not get it.
So
But I'm asking the board chairman or the president of this board, may I have a copy of that?
there
Or
will,
what is the issue why I cannot get a copy of that report?
I've already had this conversation with you and I can
Yes, I
reiterate
know
the
that.
information, but it's
But I
not a
think-
public comment.
I think that's
Topic.
a board issue, a board member issue. So can I have a copy, Mrs. Chairman?
right now, at this time, this is public comment and we're not commenting on the matter. So you can try to bring that up at a later point in time. This is not the appropriate place for that item. I'd like to go back to the item at hand. So during public comment, there was no public comments via Zoom for items on the agenda or for items not on the agenda. And then we heard a blue public comment right now for items not on the agenda. So I'm going back around and we have one more public comment for items on the agenda, a blue card that was filled out.
Yes, we do have one blue card. Vance Gerard.
Good evening, board members. I'm commenting on item 13 before you tonight. This is concerning the development fee increase for facilities. As you stated, my name is Vance Gerard. I'm a legislative advocate with the North State Building Industry Association. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the item before you today. I would also like to thank your staff, specifically Susan Bell, for being so helpful in answering my numerous and tedious questions. I will try to keep my comments brief, as I did submit a letter on this item, which hopefully you all received. The BIA is concerned with the increasing of development fees for two primary reasons. The first being that fees on development in this region are already higher than most home buyers can afford. A BIA study found that fees in this region account for nearly 1/5 of the costs of a single unit and average $97,000. Comparable regions in California average $55,000, and out-of-state regions just $30,000. These fees, partnered with climbing costs due to supply shortages, are making housing less attainable for local residents. Further, the fee study utilizes projected future development using market conditions as one of the criteria. While I'm not sure of the exact timing of the analysis, I know we have come out of a boom in home sales coinciding with the low interest rates of the pandemic. Nationwide, the high cost of supplies and climbing interest rates are forcing people out of the housing market. Locally, we see this in our own sales numbers, as we went from a high in Sacramento County with 108 new homes sold in the final week of January to the time the study was released in mid-May with 48 home sales in the county, to today with the week ending in July 11th with only 10 sales in the county. In the entire Sacramento region this past week, we saw only 41 new home sales and 30 cancellations. I understand the need to grow the district's ability to adequately house new and existing students, but as long as home costs continue to climb as they are, fewer new students will be arriving in the district as home sales stall and construction slows. The challenging reality of these types of fees is that a single district's fees are not enough to drive costs too high for average buyers. But when the numerous local and special districts are added together, they become significant. For that reason, we encourage all jurisdictions to consider this reality when contemplating their own fees. We will also always make the offer to come back and present the complete findings of our own fee study to your board at a later meeting in ways that we can make fees more workable for both our constituencies. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other blue card.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a consent agenda. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 18 on the consent agenda.
I move approval of items 1 to 18 on the consent agenda.
Second.
I'd like to pull item number 17.
Will you amend the motion for item number 17?
Yes.
Okay.
I move approval of items 1 through 16 and 18.
Second.
Conduct a roll call vote for the other item. Mr. Trek?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
And myself is an aye. And then we will go back to item number 17, Mr. Perez.
On item 17, approval of 2022-23 annual site local control accountability plan. I was wondering, why do we put this in the consent and item or line item 7? It has LCAP update. And why have an update on the number 7? Why can't we just put number 17 and number 7 and discuss it?
I believe. What is ratification?
He's referencing two different things there, Madam Chair. We have the LCAP, which is the compilation of all of the site LCAPs, which is why it is focused on. The site LCAPs are not something that we're required to do. We do. And by virtue of accepting those plans, we are recognizing the work that's been done by the community and the staff at those sites. Very logical reason why it's on consent agenda.
Yes, I agree with that. statement, but yet we have an LCAP update. And if we put it in that, why do we even have that item number 7 then in the first place?
Because-
It seems to me, it looks like we kind of rush things through to the consent items versus discussing these items and to get the meeting over with really easy. And without a discussion or debate on the issue.
Again, the LCAP is a compilation of all the site LCAPs. It would be literally impossible to sit and go through 67 site plans. What we do take the time and go through is the compilation of all those, which serves as the district LEP. And we do take the time to do that.
And it's my understanding.
And anyone interested in a site LCAP certainly could participate in its development at that site.
And it's my understanding if we request further information about the site LCAPs, they're more than happy to share that. And this is within the process in which it always has come to us. That's my understanding. Am I correct, Mr. Hoffman?
Yes, you are, Madam President. And the other piece is we use the LCAP item on the agenda all year long because we use
Correct.
it for different components of the LCAP during the year, but we don't use it for the individual school site LCAP. We have that reserved for the district level LCAP.
No, I agree with you there, but yet LCAP is LCAP. And when you put it in a consent item, if nobody wants to discuss it and bring it up or have the guts to bring it up, it just passes through this district board without any discussion. So I just was wondering about why we do that. And so my second question is, you mentioned that these school sites are going to have meetings as soon as we get the finalization of the budget on LCAP. So, but yet I didn't see no dates and times of these individual sites in the process where these school sites are going to meet and discuss with the parent groups engage with parents and school sites.
Well,
So-
the dates would be different at each individual school site.
Correct. But, there should be something in writing because, it's a matter of, time flies. Before you know it, it's the school year and without no meetings or no planning on this issue or input from parents.
The meetings are scheduled each of the sites. Ms. Jamerson, please.
I sit on the school site council and participated in the development of the LCAP
Okay.
for the school that I sit on the site council for. So there are meetings happening at schools with parents in different areas.
So have they told you when the budget is going to change the plan when the new budget comes? When we finally
Have to stay to
get that information?
the item at hand, which is a site level LCAP. Your question,
Excuse me?
we're staying to the item at hand,
yes.
which is the
I'm
site
talking
level
about
LCAP.
LCAP budget.
But we
Yes,
don't want to get
so
into
has that
budgetary.
committee, is your site aware that you are most likely going to get more money and that will possibly affect your budget and your projects at your site?
Those changes, so those will happen the following year, just this past
this
year.
year.
I know, but just when those changes come up, that group then reevaluates and is able to make those changes when needed.
But are you aware that, and the committee is aware? And how many parents participate at your site?
The school site council is made up of,
The LCAP council I'm talking about.
no, it's the school site council at the site that I'm a part of.
Uh-huh.
And so that is a group of 7.
Parents?
That includes parents, teachers, students.
How many parents?
I believe it's 4 parents that are represented.
Very
They're elected onto that position.
Okay, but Now, do you also meet with actual other parents or make announcement to the general
Madam
community?
Chair,
Well,
this
I
is not the
believe
time
they-
to learn what a
Next
school site
meeting?
council is.
So
Excuse me, I
well,
have the floor. I'm
that-
asking a question.
Well, that's a separate question because we're just staying with the item at hand. You're asking her a separate question relating to the committee
Well, again,
specific
let me
to
tell
one
you,
site, which is a
Again,
different.
I am not happy with parent engagement in the LCAP. District-wide. Some schools are stronger than others, some are not. But yet, I don't think we're doing a very good job. And can you tell me how much we're spending on parent engagement? I don't think 1% of our budget, like other school districts. So that's what my point is.
So you're entitled to
Thank
your
you.
opinion. I'd like to ask now for a motion for item number 17 to be approved.
I move approval of item 17.
I'll second.
To conduct a roll call vote here, Mr. Trek?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
And myself is an aye. So all items were approved. The next item on the agenda is the budget update. And it's the 2022-2023 enacted state budget presented by Ms. Shannon Hayes.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Tonight, I bring you what has been approved by Governor Newsom for the 2022-23 budget, specific to K through 12 education. I'm apparently rusty. Okay, so looking and comparing the governor's budget versus the May revision, we can see on here the state enacted budget increased 2.8 billion for LCFF. The Proposition 98 minimum guarantee went up by another 0.1 billion. Discretionary block grant was reduced based on how it was proposed in May. And then we have the new learning recovery emergency block grant. If we take a look at the local control funding formula, the budget agreement includes 4.32 billion above the statutory cost of living adjustment. So for you guys that are new, the cost of living adjustment is different than what this COLA's proposed. So the statutory COLA is less than the 6.56. However, the state does have increased revenue, which is why they were able to increase the statutory COLA amount. That COLA then is going to be increased by another 6.28% for a total investment of 12.84% increase over the prior year. School districts are also benefit from an ADA provision in calculating our LCFF apportionments by using a 3-year average. And in addition, for those districts that offered independent study in 21-22 school year, we will benefit from a 1-year ADA mitigation for attendance declines. And we have a slide in here to demonstrate what that looks like. So looking specifically at the ADA loss mitigation, this was something that was proposed in January and then was augmented. And this was one area that we were watching very closely because we are one of those districts that had lower ADA that was compounded by lack of students attending on a daily basis and reduced enrollment. The law prior to this states that you are funded and paid on the greater of either your current year or your prior year. Now it states that you can use your current year ADA. This point is extremely important. Prior year ADA or the computed average ADA using the most 3 recent prior years ADA. The reason that that is important is that is completely different than how we've been paid in the past. And this allows us to at least maintain what we are currently getting paid for in the form of ADA. And ADA, again, is average daily attendance. So then looking at the ADA relief, what's also part of that calculation now is what they're referring to as the attendance yield. So that's allowing districts to use the percentage of ADA to C beds in 1920 and compare that to your actual results of 21-22. By using this attendance yield, it will allow us to use our higher percentage of ADA. So us as a district, on an annual basis, our attendance rates are normally in the neighborhood of 95 to 96%. What that means is for every child that is enrolled in Elk Grove, a child is coming to school that many days of the year. It's 96%. When we looked at the fiscal year 21-22, we had a loss of enrollment and we also had lack of attendance. So due to COVID, we asked that parents keep their students home if they were ill, trying to mitigate any additional spread of COVID. In doing that, our attendance percentage dropped from 95.1% down to 90%. That's a significant decrease for us. The reason we didn't feel the impact of that in school year 21-22 was because our 19-20 ADA was higher. And when law was written and implemented, we were paid on the higher of. So now with this attendance yield, it is a conditional approval. It has a number of different factors to it, which we'll talk about in a minute. One of them is we have to self-certify that we offered independent study starting in October 1 of 21, that we adopted and implemented a written independent study policy, so those would be board policies, for the 21-22 school year, and that we offered independent study to students who were subject to COVID quarantine during the 21-22 school year. So that will be audited. We don't know what that all looks like yet. Part of the disadvantage of adopting a budget at the state level so late is they don't have the audit guide prepared yet. That we're already doing our own independent review to make sure that we have all of those components. Now, because this is an or, it's going to be a little bit tricky for us to know which calculation to use. So assuming all of our students come back, it's going to be a different calculation. If we are attending at the regular rate we normally attend, it'd be a different calculation. So this is going to give districts flexibility that we would definitely take advantage of if we needed to. So here's a hypothetical on how this works. In 1920, we had an enrollment of 63,000. 2021, it was 63,050, so it dropped. 21-22, it dropped again. In 22-23, your 2022-23 adopted budget is based on an enrollment level using the 3-year prior average. So that is different than what this district has done in the past. We normally use projections from facilities as far as what drives our expenditures. And then we use, we had a growth factor for additional students that we knew would be coming. So this is completely different in the way we've approached our revenue calculations. So 3-year average of enrollment. Starting in 1920, our ADA that year, even though we closed schools, was 60,769. In 2021, because of COVID, the state said, get it, schools are closed. You're going to go, we're going to hold you harmless and you're going to use the same ADA value. So 2021, we were whole. 21-22, our estimated ADA based on the 62,000 kids, based on their attendance rate, our ADA is 56,175. So you see we went from 95.89% and we dropped then to 90.63. If we stopped here for 21-22 and if our enrollment didn't come back up and our ADA factors didn't come back up, theoretically you would be paid on 56,175. So really, really low. If our enrollment doesn't come back, if we use the adjustment for the ADA to enrollment yield, we could use the 95.89% higher ADA percentage rate applied to our 21-22 actual enrollment. Whatever that ADA value then would be, you would get to use that over a 3-year period, and we would have an actual increase in ADA that we would be able to be paid for. And I believe that ADA change is approximately 1,100 students. I want to talk a minute about enrollment. So we were at 63,000 kids. Our 3-year rolling average is at 62,882. For 21-22, that's an actual value of 62,116. That enrollment value is also driving what's happening with our unduplicated percentage. And it's also having an impact on how we're funded for other sources of monies that come to the district. So that 62,882, if that's too high, then we would use the real value. We don't have a choice. We will be using the real value when it comes to seabeds. That number is going to dictate what ADA value we use and which calculation we do. So right now, the way everything is laid out, we don't know which one to use yet. And so when we bring the budget back to you at first interim, that's going to be the point in time that, fingers crossed, we have the best information for enrollment to know what the ADA value is so that we know what our LCFF calculation should be. So this is just comparing ADA with and without the COVID relief and the 3-year average. So the two numbers in red is actual ADA without the COVID-19 relief. So the 59,563 is what we would have been paid for 21-22. However, if we use the 3-year average with the attendance factor, we get up to 60,367. So that's a difference of 1,100 ADA, which at $10,000 per student for the LCFF is about the increased amount of money that we were going to get. So independent study. This one was tricky for us. This was a heavy, heavy load for the school site and for the district. Our independent study program, including Elk Grove Virtual Academy, had about, I want to say, 180 students on a normal year. And that's just a snapshot at a point in time. We have kiddos that come in and out through independent study at the secondary sites. We had over 1,100 students with K-12 that were in some kind of independent study program. That's a huge lift. There was a lot of compliance that had to happen. I know the board did take action on a revised board policy surrounding independent study. And so when we self-certify, we have to make sure all of these were in place. And then there were some exemptions that are now part of the budget to deal with students that were enrolled in independent study, but for whatever reason, they couldn't be engaged. And so now there's a synchronous instruction component to it. So there's a lot more student support now with independent study, where it's just not this, I come in and meet with my teacher for an hour and then I'm off and I'm doing my thing. So this is more geared towards those students that physically cannot come to school, and independent studies, their only option. So it's a little bit more friendly than the traditional independent study model. So universal transition kindergarten. This always looks really good until you read the details. So universal TK must have a class size no greater than 24:1, or 24, excuse me. The student to staff ratio, or student to adult ratio, cannot exceed 12:1. And that's a hard line. There's no flexibility in that. It's my understanding that if we do not maintain the 24 and the student to staff ratio, that's a financial finding and they pull money back. So we're watching that very carefully. It's being treated no differently than we would treat kinder. So from our staffing committee and how we staff and what that means and the substitutes that are called in, we're using the model with one certificated teacher and the second adult is a paraeducator. And that seems to be working right now, but it is a new concept for us as a district that paraeducator is now attached more in a concrete manner. It's not that you're just pulling your yard supervisor in to be this extra body. So it's going to be very important for our school sites going forward that they understand there's no combo classes now with TK and K. It is a TK pure program. And with that, we will be getting an additional $2,813 per ADA for those children that attend a TK class. So the compliance part, I did already talk about this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. The teacher qualification, they have to be, I just lost my train of thought. I apologize. They have to have a very specific credential by the time they get into this program. And there's teachers that have been grandfathered in. Normally when we see out of compliance with our K3 program, so that one also has an average of 24-1. Normally, it's not an all or done. So in that particular case, if we didn't have our alternative agreement to slide the class sizes with our EGEA unit, then it strips that whole add-on off. And it's millions of dollars to the district if we're out of compliance. With TK, we don't see it getting hit both from a classroom size and a student to staff size, but now you're being measured on both. And so that is a new financial implication if we are out of compliance. So this one, it will be interesting to see how they audit going forward. Right now with our Synergy system, we're able to show that there's a teacher of record and that person has a name, but the second adult that's in the classroom is not a teacher of record. So the record keeping part is, I think, going to be a little bit tedious. So home to school transportation, this is huge for us. The home to school transportation component right now is an add-on to the LCFF. For our district, it's $3.2 million. That doesn't even come close to what it costs for us to run a transportation program. So our transportation program runs roughly about $20 million. So this is going to allow districts to be funded on the greater of either your transportation add-on plus COLA or 60% of your transportation costs. So we're thinking that we may receive somewhere in the neighborhood of about additional $11 million by using the 60% factor. Then we get into the special monies. We have the first one here, Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. It's $7.9 billion statewide. It's one time. Where districts are supposed to use it for the following items, either increasing or stabilizing instructional learning time, decreasing or stabilizing staff to pupil ratios, learning supports such as tutoring, pupil supports to address barriers, instructional credit deficient students, to improve college eligibility, and then additional academic services for progress monitoring and benchmark assessments. And then this block grant goes out through school year 27-28. This one is very specific, so we're thinking that it's going to come to us in a categorical way, not necessarily through the general fund. It is based on our 21-22 unduplicated pupil percentage. That is not one that's being modified by the ADA enhancement. So what that means is whatever our UPP was, and I believe we're hovering right around 50% for 21-22, it's lower than what we would normally get. Still a lot of money. Art, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. The title is a bit misleading. It can be spent on standards aligned professional development and instructional materials and professional development related to school climate, culturally relevant books. And I want to spend a moment talking about operational costs. So the way we understand this particular block grant The operational costs can include anything to operate the district. So salaries, benefits, retirement, any of those things. Not to say that we wouldn't take advantage of anything in the VAPA area or instructional materials, but this is one particular area where we would be able to have some flexibility with the use of funds. And then supplies related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So funds must be expended by 25-26 school year, and we will be bringing to the board a plan to be approved before we start expending the funds.
So to make it clear, we're going to bring you another plan.
And then we have the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. So for us at Elk Grove, the priority for this particular funding source for school year 21-22 is that districts that had a UPP percent above 75% would be funded first. So we didn't think that we would be allocated anything for 21-22, and as it turns out, we were. They have augmented the, we're calling it ELOP, 1.7 billion statewide, and then districts below 75%, which we are, should receive an estimated $1,250 per high needs unduplicated student. So again, it's based on our UPP. And then this program for the first time will be audited in school year 23-24. That's important to note because there are very strict rules that go with who gets to attend and the time that they get to attend and the documentation of that and what it looks like as far as instruction to students or enrichment to students. One caveat is if you do not open and implement during the 23-24 school year, this program at all of the schools that qualify to receive these fundings, then you must provide transportation for a student that qualifies at a different site to get to a site that has one of these programs. So that would be a cost to the district that we would be able to apply to this funding source. But there are students that are unduplicated that don't attend a school that would be an automatic program startup for 23-24. And again, this is applicable to just schools, elementary schools, so grades K through 6. This program now is now funded several different ways. So we've got the ELOP program, which is coming from Prop 98 monies. We have 21st Century Learning Centers, which is our federal component, funded and calculated the same way as ELOP. That comes from the federal government through CDE. That one is an application process. That one actually serves high school programs called Assets, if you've heard of them before, and it also funds middle schools and elementary schools. And then we have our after school program, which is ACES. It has the exact same rules. ACES programs are only funded K-8. Again, those are all applications that go through the system and we have to apply each time and they have the same poverty rules. So this has become really tricky. Federal law states that you can't supplement state and local funds. And now we have state and local and federal all trying to do the same function. So this one becomes a little bit more tricky from a compliance standpoint. But I think it's really good news for our kiddos. And then last, we have the school facility program funding. The legislature intends to appropriate another $2.1 billion in 23-24 and another $875 million in 24-25 for a total investment of $4.3 billion. I'm not going to get out over my skis because Mr. Pierce is sitting behind me because this is his world. I don't say anything wrong. This one has been interesting because it was on, it was off, and then it was on and the voters approved it, but then they didn't put anything out. And so it's kind of been back and forth and all over the place. So I don't know, 4.3 billion is very much, but I guess we'll take what we get. So that was actually some good news as well. And so The state actually adopted their budget June 27th of 2022. Districts have to recognize in their budget any changes with the state's adopted budget. So they call that the 45-day revision. So we have 45 calendar days between June 27th and whatever that date is in order to bring a revised budget to you. So we'll be doing that on August 9th. What you will see are revenue changes to what the state has now put in the budget. The ADA portion, I don't necessarily know that we'll know what that calculation looks like. So we'll identify probably just the 3-year average at this point, knowing that at first interim, you may see another influx of revenue depending on what's happening at that point in time. Because we're only identifying revenue and the state doesn't tell you how to spend your money, it becomes problematic with the 10% cap on reserves. So as we increase revenue and we don't have an expenditure line, you will be asked to commit certain amount of resources to certain categories in order for us to be in compliance and be within that 10% threshold. When we adopted our budget, we were within the 10%. We actually had more committed than we needed to by about $5 million. So that's already been taken into account. But when that calculation is done, it's done for Fund 01, which is comprised of unrestricted general fund and restricted general fund. So things that happen in a categorical side also compete with what's happening on the unrestricted side when they calculate that 10%. So this is different for us. I know you guys are familiar with reserves. The reserves that we've been putting in and out and asking you to approve are just normal business operations. We usually put in the carryover that needs to happen for purchase orders that didn't close, those kinds of things. We've been true to the spirit of LCFF with supplemental concentration. We've asked for that to be reserved. So as we move forward into our working budget, September on through the rest of the school year, we can release those monies to the schools and departments that need them. We can still do that. You as a board can still do that, but it's going to take a formal action in order for that to happen. Now, we only present budgets to you at first and second interim. We don't have to wait for December and then again for March in order to do that, but we will have to figure out what that looks like going forward if you guys make the decision to release something that had been committed previously. So just know that it's going to be a little bit of a different interaction as we go forward, but it's still at the board's discretion. It's not something that once you commit it, you don't have access to it anymore. And if you change your mind and you decide you want to do something different, you can do that as well. So then unaudited actuals, that's coming to the board in September. That 10% cap on reserves starts at year-end closing for 21-22. So unaudited actuals, those will have to be, we would have to make sure that we were within the 10% as well. I have no sense right now where we are at because we are mad trying to close the books. So that will come to you in September. And then in December is first interim. Now, first interim, we have to wait until October 31st before we can start preparing that document for you. So it is a very, very short timeline. And typically, I don't have the ability to prepare something comprehensive to bring to you 2 times. So in a perfect world, we would bring it to you for review at one board meeting and then follow up at a second board meeting for approval. The way the board meetings and everything are falling this particular school year, it doesn't afford us all of that to happen all at the same time. So what we're going to try to do is at different points in time between now and first interim to have more budget conversations so you guys have at least the opportunity to see where we're going and what that looks like. Now, it doesn't mean you can't spend, and it doesn't mean we can't plan, and it doesn't mean that we don't move forward. All it means is in order to be compliant with what the state has now put into law, there's certain things that have to happen, even if it's a temporary basis. I'm not trying to freak anybody out, but I'm freaked out because that's a lot of work to get done in a very short period of time. I'll be perfectly honest with you. This is like the worst one, first interim. But it's important, right? And so I want to honor the process and I want to honor your time. And I don't want to bring something to you guys where you're like, well, why bring it if it's just going to change? You just have to know it's going to change. So to be thoughtful and do what we need to do, We'll get there, I promise. And then we're right back at it for the next school year, 23, 24 in January. Yeah. So lots of stuff, lots of good stuff. I joke all the time. People ask me all the time, do you like having money or not no money? I would prefer to have no money only because then I know what I have and then I don't have to guess and I don't have to make a bunch of changes. But then that wouldn't be any fun now, would it? So lots of opportunities, exciting opportunities. I mean, even in the dot-com boom, first time I'd ever seen them get rid of all the deficits in the revenue limit and districts were made whole. This is the only second time I've seen this much money come and it be on an ongoing basis. Now, whether or not the state can, maintain that, don't know. Inflation is crazy right now. So who knows what that's going to look like going forward. But we have some wonderful opportunities to do things for kids. And so it's a very exciting time for us. And I'll stop talking now. And if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We'll start off to my left, Mr. Track. Any questions or comments?
I have no questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Shan, for the presentation. There's a lot of great information on there, but one of the things that I would like you to deep dive quickly on it so that if we got folks listening from home and the folks here could have a better understanding, it's about transportation funding. What slide is that? 12? What was it? Slide 11? Okay. Yeah, so over the stretch of the pandemic, I know that there has been multiple concerns from the parents and students regarding our bus were late and students weren't being picked up and so forth. So with those concerns, seeing the funding that's coming, I'm really excited and would like you to discuss a little bit of that. And then one of the things I want to hear, or the public may want to hear, is are we going to have more than enough buses to pick up kids and drop off kids? And then the other thing would be, I see one line say that may charge students. So my curiosity is, if we have that much funding coming in, why would we charge parents for kids to travel? If I'm not understanding it, but anyways, I just want you to kind of intel the funding that's coming in, and I'm very excited. I'm sure, the whole district is excited.
So for Elk Grove, we spend, I think I mentioned, $20 million to transport students, with the bulk of it being for special needs students. The $20 million that we've been spending has been funded through the LCFF, essentially, for lack of a better description. Why that is we have never been made whole on how much it costs for us to transport students. So when the LCFF was developed in 2013, 14, whatever we were being funded, which was 3.2 million, is what's stuck. So our costs have increased over time. The number of students we transport has increased over time. We have purchased buses throughout that period of time. The students that are being charged are not our low-income students and are not our special needs students. These are students who opt to want to ride the bus and that there's bus service that goes out to where they're located. The easiest way to give an example are the parents pay for the students that live out in the Rancho Murrieta area to get them into Elk Grove to their schools. And so those are the ones that are being charged, and that's something that we've done as a district for quite a while, only because we were so deficient. So the new revenue that would be coming into the district doesn't expand transportation and doesn't change the delivery model, if you will. The increased money is just going to go to the general fund and it just becomes part of the overall pot. Now, does that mean that you can't buy buses? No, you definitely can, but it doesn't have to be attributed directly to this funding source. So the transportation program itself is fully funded because the monies that we get don't come to us in a categorical manner like special education does. Special education comes to us through a restricted source, and then we add money to that to make it whole. So although we have more money coming, yes, but it's not to fund a shortfall because we technically don't have one because the LCFF is picking it up. Where we would like to get to, it would be nice since they're giving us a separate allocation for transportation and we know our transportation costs are 20 million, it would be nice to have 20 million in revenue coming for it. But once that happens, then you're committed to only doing transportation with that money. So this actually provides the district more flexibility to do things that they need, and it doesn't have to be spent on transportation. As far as the number of drivers we have and the number of buses and parents able, to rely on transportation, and that's an ongoing issue, and I'll let Mr. Pierce, I'll let Mr. Pierce address that.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Yes, the number of buses is not an issue. It's simply the number of certified, qualified, trained, and approved drivers. This isn't going to hurt that by any stretch. I think Ms. Hayes touched on all the important pieces, though. We're still going to, transportation as a department is still going to run into a deficit even with this additional funding. So she mentioned $20 million roughly a year that we spend on transportation, currently only receiving $3 million from the state. So the board is taking $17 million from your general fund that could go to services directly for students in the instructional setting that have to be diverted to transportation. So this funding will allow you to take $11 million of that diversion, if you will, and keep it in the general fund for services for kids. I hope that helps. In terms of charging students, this is in there simply to say that you may continue to charge, but the reason they put that line in is specific because now you have to waive fees entirely for unduplicated students. As Ms. Hayes mentioned, we don't charge for special education transportation. We don't charge students that are free and reduced lunch eligible. This new law change also means we can't charge foster youth, which we weren't previously. But more importantly, and Mr. Black and I just had this conversation, going back retroactively to July 1, we now also cannot charge students that are EL designated. So that's another change. So that's really the intent of this is now it's not just free and reduced lunch eligible, it's any unduplicated student under the LCFF rules we can't charge. And we can quickly rectify that, and we will.
Okay, thank you. I will continue this conversation with Chris furthermore down the road. So thank you.
Ms. Jamerson.
Thank you for your presentation. I actually have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Perez.
Learning centers. How many learning centers are we going to set up?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
You mentioned on one of the papers or pad, maybe 14, page 13 or 14, no, 14 around there. You mentioned that we are good, the possibility of setting up learning centers with the funding?
No, these are after school and before school programs. So in order to receive these monies, you have to be an unduplicated student and it's a minimum of a 9-hour day program for a student, and it's before school and after school services. So it's similar to our ACES and 21st century programs. It just has different mandates, like the 9 hours as an example. So these would be housed at each of the elementary schools, with the priority schools being our Title I schools.
Learning centers.
After school programs. Expanded learning opportunities.
That's right. Page 12. So you mentioned that, yeah, those are categorical monies and there are actual, a lot of guidelines and accountability reporting for those, correct?
That's correct.
Great, that's what I like. So as a result of our legislative bodies, we're doing very good in education, like you said, correct? And
Yes.
the governor. I'm happy. Good times. The arts are going to be getting a lot of monies, and I understand that you mentioned there's going to be books of cultural. Now, books. What about instruments?
I don't see any reason why it couldn't, which is why that clause is.
So we
in
might
there.
have mariachi bands at each at each elementary school, right? I've seen some in Los Angeles. They're quite big, very popular. So I'm happy about that. And expanded learning opportunity programs, yes, we need to tighten up on that and get some well-qualified providers on that. Keep them accountable for outcomes for our students. And I'm happy to see that our facility monies is coming through. And it's my understanding that, no, I don't want to talk about that one. Now, do you foresee any problem with our ratio 12-1 students in transitional kindergarten? Do you, well, I should be asking what program people over here, of having that 12-1 ratio and getting qualified paraeducators in those classrooms to be in that setting, to not be audited or be liable to have to reimburse that money back to the state? How's that going? Because I understand the last time I saw, there was about 100 paraeducator vacancies that we need to fill.
Mr. Perez, we have 32 TK classes. We filled all of them with a paraeducator except for 3 classes, and we're working on filling those as well.
And we have enough backup substitute paraeducators in the waiting.
I don't know if the word enough, what does the word enough mean? But we have a plan so that if a paraeducator is not at work,
And good training for them? Like upper mobility, I'm talking about upper mobility. We once said that we want to get paraeducators in our classrooms, get them well-trained, and we spend millions of dollars on that, and also upper mobility pipeline to teachers. Is that happening?
yes, we have some programs already in place, including the REACH grant, and we are exploring some classified grants where paraeducators or any classified member is going to have an opportunity to get credential and be a teacher. And I can give you more information on each of the programs we have. Some of them are recent grants we've got, so we still are in the planning phases of some of them.
Okay. Go sleep at night. All right, that's it. Thank you very much for your report. As always, you do a very excellent presentation, and it's very clear what's to come. Thank you.
Ms. Albiani?
Thank you for your report. I don't have any questions. I appreciate the transparency of where we're at with the public.
Ms. Chaitis Espinoza?
Just comments, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank both the presenter and Mr. Pierce for their response to Mr. Yang's questions. I think that really elucidated something that's really valuable for lots of folks to know. I wanted to follow up first on extended learning opportunities. So we've heard many times about the 9-hour program. It is opportunity. So if we make the opportunity available and a family chooses to use less than 9 hours, does that mean that we can't apply those funds for that student?
I don't know the answer to that yet. We're still combing through the details. Ms. Sipes, who's been running after-school programs in our district for a very long time, sits on the board at CDE. So she is our subject matter expert. I haven't even had a chance yet to meet with her to figure out what everything looks like. So right now, we kind of got a pass for the 22-23 school year just to get it up and running. And it was pretty much use whatever you need in order to get your programs going
Okay.
before we start looking at compliance. So I don't know the answer to that as of yet.
Okay, thank you. If you could go back to your slide 14, please. I appreciate the inclusion of facilities. We don't usually have facilities funding in the budget, so that's why it doesn't come to us in the budget presentation. I just want to add a little bit of context here for my, slide 15. Thank you. A little bit of context for my colleagues on the board and members of the public. So, and Mr. Pierce will of course wave his arms and scream at me if I say anything that's incorrect. But it's my understanding that the wait list, the existing wait list for school facilities funding since we've run out of Prop 51 funds is already in excess of 3.6 billion. And just to be clear, what we have been given here is 1.3 billion. The intent language is not legally binding. Even if they wanted to, the legislature and the governor couldn't have a way to commit future dollars. So the best they can do is tell us this is what we would like to do. But even at that maximum amount, they would still fall short of what the total need is. So what that means for us in practical terms, hopefully when we will get back into our facilities master planning process soon, is that when we are relying on the state to pick up 50% of the cost of every facilities project that we want to build or modernize, it means years and years out waiting for that money to come back before we can invest it in building the next project. So that's what it means when they let that pipeline grow.
100%. We waited for, I can't tell you how many years to fund schools that were already built and being used. So, yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Forcina?
I have no questions of Shannon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, appreciate your presentation and the comments and looking forward to how the budget will lie in future discussions that will be being brought back to the board. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board at this time? Seeing none, I'll move on to the next item, which is the public hearing action items, adoption of the 2022 development fee justification study schools facilities needs analysis, and I'd like to call Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, President Martinez-Alier, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Mr. Track, welcome. It's great to see you. Look forward to working with you. I know it's your first meeting tonight. This is an annual item that's adopted by the board. It was last adopted by the board on August 10th of 2021. Over the last year, so for the veteran board members, it's a little different tonight. You see 2 items with 3 resolutions. So over the last year, the laws changed, and what used to be a single action and a single resolution now takes 2 actions and a total of 3 resolutions. So I just want you to be aware of that. The first action that we're taking you or asking you to take tonight in the resolution are the adoption of the school facility needs analysis, which is the justification for the fee that's established for development impact fees for both residential and commercial development. That'll be your next action that I ask you to take tonight. I do want to remind everyone that all noticing has been conducted as required by law and as requested by all third parties. This was publicly posted on June 17th in multiple notification forums and shared directly with the North State Building Industry Association, which is something we've done for decades, as well as all cities and the County of Sacramento on June 3rd. The study and information were also previously presented to the board in a board communication, as well as your June 3rd. Your June 28th board meeting is an informational item. The calculations contained in your 2020-2022 school facility needs analysis do propose a level 2 fee of $7.04 per square foot of residential development, and a level 3 fee in the very rare instance that it would be triggered of $14.08 per square foot of residential development. This does represent a 32-cent increase from last year's fee, or a 4.8% increase to the fee. I do want to notify the board that the level 1 fee that was just approved by the State Allocation Board, which establishes construction cost allowance for school construction, as well as the floor fee, which is the minimum for school districts, also increased in February. Where our fee's going up 4.8%, their fee went up over 17%. And I just want to share that for you and the community on a prospective basis. The proposed fee tonight is primarily due to the school construction cost analysis. So this study, the entire formula that's in it is all based on statute. We have no discretion. We don't take any liberties with it. And it's based on all state standards and cost allowances. If this fee was based on our real construction cost of our elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, it would frankly be substantially higher than this. So we follow the letter of the law. We've always done so. I think that that's also reflected if you look back at our fee historically. The numbers, they are what they are. The output is the output. And we've also brought fees forward to this board where we have had a decrease. And we let the math do the talking, and we really don't play with those numbers whatsoever. So tonight, the public comment period will end. I know Mr. Gerard spoke to you. He also submitted a letter to you as well. Those will be part of the public record, and we'll memorialize that. And I do appreciate his comments about the staff as they work very hard on this and take it very seriously. So we do appreciate and understand that the increase to the fee has impacts. But I would tell you that it's critical that we have those revenues in place so that we can build community schools when that development has an impact on our school district. So we do recommend that the board consider and adopt the findings contained in resolution number 2 and adopt the May 2022 school facilities need analysis after conducting a public hearing.
This time, I will open the public hearing and call on Mr. Hoffman to see if there are any Zoom public comments to this item.
There are no comments.
And then a call on Mr. Yang if there's any blue cards.
Board President, there is none.
I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to adopt the findings contained in resolution number 2, adopting the 2022 development fee justification study and school facilities needs analysis.
So moved, Madam Chair, but I also have a question.
Second.
I have a first and a second. I'd like to go back to Ms. Tritus's question.
Mr. Pierce, do I remember correctly that we are required to adopt the maximum fee available if we want to participate in the state school facilities program?
That's correct. We have to certify that we're levying the maximum fee possible before the state will participate for new school construction funding.
Okay, so the request that we heard that we not increase our fee by 32 cents per square foot is not just asking us to forego that 8 increase, it's asking us to forego 50% of the funding for school projects, right?
Yeah, the intent of that law is that before you go to the state for funding, they want to make sure at the local level you're applying all your resources that are available to you first. So I would say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Conduct a roll call vote. Mr. Track?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Ms. Tritus Espinoza?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani? Aye. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
And myself is an aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item up is adjustment to school facilities fees, developer fees, and Mr. Pierce.
And this is the second new step in adopting and levying the school district's development impact fees. This action in both resolutions number 2 and number 4 need to be formally adopted to establish those fees as determined by the study that you just approved in your prior action. Specifically, resolution number 3 adopts the level 2 fee at $7.04 per square foot of residential development and 78 cents per square foot for commercial development. Resolution number 4 establishes that in, as I mentioned earlier, the very rare event that the state triggers level 3 fees, that fee would be established at $14.08 per square foot. And for members of the public and the board, what that means is if the state stops funding new construction projects, you're there entitled to charge twice the fee because the formula assumes the state pays for half and developers pay for the other half. Very unlikely to happen, but very well may. And so again, the public comment period would end with tonight's public hearing, and would recommend the board consider and adopt the findings contained in resolutions number 3 and number 4. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'd like to open the public comment and call on Mr. Hoffman to see if there's any other public comments via Zoom related to item number 2.
There are no comments?
Are there any blue cards, Mr. Yang?
No, Board President.
I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to adopt the findings contained in resolution number 3, adopting the increased level 2 fees, and resolution number 4, adopting the increased level 3 fees, alternative school facilities fees.
So moved.
Have a first,
I'll second, Madam Chair.
have a second, and I conduct a roll call vote. Mr. Track?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Myself is an aye.
Thank you.
The next item is discussion and Elk Grove Unified School District Community Facilities Districts 2022-2023 tax report and first reading of the ordinance number 1, 2022-2023. Mr. Pierce.
Thank you again, Madam President. This is another annual item. In this case, the board sets the annual tax rate for each property in Community Facility District number 1, which is the entire boundary of the Elk Grove Unified School District. The ordinance includes the adoption of the annual tax report, which is in your packet tonight, and the establishment of the tax rates for each property in the district boundaries for the 22-23 tax year. Just like all years prior, we are not recommending any changes to these tax rates, and they will stay in place as they always have. I do want to point out for the board and the community, though, it's nice because tonight we're able to submit a tax report to you where tax revenues are projected to be up just slightly. This is the 3rd year in a row that we've seen a little bit of growth, and that's only important because we had 3 years prior where there was decline in terms of the tax rate. So good sign ahead, and I think just shows what's happening in the economy, and we really do need these revenues. So we're happy to see that. As you mentioned, this will come back before you at your August 9th board meeting, and will be delivered to the County of Sacramento no later than August 15th. So there's no action being asked of you tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
This will be brought back, and I'd like to call Mr. Track to see any questions or comments.
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Forcina?
None?
Ms. Tritis Espinoza?
No, thank you.
Ms. Albiani?
No, thank you.
Mr. Yang?
No.
Ms. Jamerson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Perez?
One question. I think I asked this last time. The seniors, is that trend going up and that we're losing more money? So these baby boomers like myself?
You know, that is a great question. So the senior reductions last year, we had 4,727 of those, and for the full board in the community, if you're a senior citizen, you get a 60% reduction of the tax. So again, last year we had just over 4,700. This year we have over 5,100. So that's up by 8%. So good for those folks coming in and getting their reduction.
And they have to actually apply for that, or is that automatically?
The first year you have to apply for it, and we allow you to do it both in person or over the phone or remotely. After that, if you forget to come in, we'll phone you and make sure you want to renew. It's a very simple process. It's funny because that generation loves coming in person, and they want to see the whites of your eyes to ensure they're going to get their discount. So
They want that paper.
it's a very
that
busy
receipt.
meeting when this building is very busy when the senior reduction process is underway.
And we make notification of that or announcements of that? Always?
Yeah.
And it's what in the.
And it's really to pick up the new folks. In other words, if a senior citizen buys a new house, to make sure they're aware of it. Otherwise, they're very aware, and we do reach out to them if they should forget.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. We look forward to seeing you back.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is action items, and it's amendment agreements for non-represented employees. I'd like to call on Mr. Singh.
Good evening, Madam Board President, Dr. Martinez-Alera, members of the board. Welcome, Mr. Track and Mr. Hoffman, Superintendent Hoffman, and colleagues and community. I am here to present the amendment agreements for non-represented employees. Bear with me, it's a script. Don't get bored. California Government Code Section 54953C3 requires that a verbal summary of the proposed compensation and fringe benefits be given to the public prior to final board action on certain employment agreements. The employment agreements and amendment agreements approved by the board during the 2021-2022 school for Deputy Superintendent, Business Services and Facilities, Deputy Superintendent, Education Services in Schools, Associate Superintendent, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Technology Officer, Assistant Superintendent for Schools Elementary, Assistant Superintendent for Schools Secondary, Director of Communications, PIO, and Chief Human Resources Officer require board action in open session to extend the term of the employment agreements by 1 year and for movement on their respective salary schedules unless they are on top step of their salary schedule or on a 2-year step upon the receipt of a satisfactory evaluation. Whereas all eligible represented employees in the district automatically receive eligible step and collar advances effective July 1st. Upon the receipt of a positive evaluation, salary schedule step advances and increases and contract term extensions for unrepresented contracted employees must be approved by the board in open session at a regular school board meeting. Each of the amended agreements contain the following material terms. Part A term, based upon the receipt of a satisfactory evaluation for the 21-22 school year, the term of the proposed amended employment agreements for one Deputy Superintendent, Business Services and Facilities, Deputy Superintendent, Education Services and School, Associate Superintendent, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Technology Officer, Assistant Superintendent of Schools Elementary, Assistant Superintendent of Schools Secondary, Director of Communications, Public Information Officer, and Chief Human Resources Officer shall expire on June 30th, 2025, unless terminated on an earlier date by the parties or extended by the parties. Part B, compensation. Cabinet members' salaries shall align with the step increments and salary schedule structure included in the applicable cabinet members' addendum agreements and the salary schedules attached to their addendum agreements. As a result, the following constitutes each cabinet employee's pay on the following effective dates. For the 2020-21 school year, effective retroactive to July 1st, 2020, for the 2020-2021 school year, the following cabinet members shall receive the following consistent with the applicable 2020-2021 salary schedule and step placement. Deputy Superintendent of Business Services and Facilities, base salary at step 8 shall be $254,045. Deputy Superintendent of Education Services and Schools, base salaries at step 6 and 7 shall be at $249,000 and $249,064. Associate Superintendent's base salary at step 9 shall be $224,948. Chief Financial Officer's base salary at step 6 and 7 shall be $173,262. Chief Technology Officer's base salaries at step 6 and 7 shall be $173,262. Assistant Superintendent of Schools Elementary base salary at step 6 and 7 shall be $175,523. Assistant Superintendent of Schools Secondary base salary at step 6 and 7 shall be $175,523. Director of Communications and Public Information Officers base salary at steps 8 and 9 shall be $127,198. And Chief Human Resources Officer's base salary at step 8 and 9 shall be $157,566. For the 2021-2022 school year, effective retroactive to July 1st, 2021, for the 2021-2022 school year, the following cabinet members, one, shall receive the following amounts consistent with the restructured applicable salary schedule and step placement attached to the addendum agreement. And two, all cabinet members shall receive a one-time off-the-schedule retroactive payment of 2% based on their new 2021-2022 salary schedule and step placement.
And three, when the 2% one-time pay is added to the applicable 2021-2022 salary schedule, base pay plus one-time pay equals total pay, the 2021-2022 pay shall total the following amounts for the following positions. A, Deputy Superintendent of Business Services and Facilities, base salary at step 9 plus his one-time off the schedule 2% payment shall be $274,882. Deputy Superintendent of Education Services and Schools, base salary at step 8 plus his one-time off the schedule 2% payment shall be $264,309. Associate Superintendent's base salary at step 9 plus his one-time off the schedule 2% payment shall be $243,396. Chief Financial Officer's base salary at step 8 plus her one-time off the schedule 2% payment shall be $183,867. Chief Technology Officer's base salary at step 6 and 7 plus his one-time off this schedule 2% payment shall be $180,262. Assistant Superintendent of Schools Elementary base salary at step 6 and 7 plus her one-time off the schedule 2% payment will be $182,614. Assistant Superintendent of Schools Secondary base salary at step 6 and 7 plus his one-time off the schedule 2% payment shall be $182,614. Director of Communications and Public Information Officer's base salary at step 9 plus her one-time off the schedule 2% shall be $137,642. And Chief Human Resources Officer's base salary at step 9 plus his one-time off the schedule 2% payment shall be $170,500. For the 2022-2023 school year, effective retroactive to July 1st, 2022, for the 2022-2023 school year, the following cabinet members shall receive the following consistent with the applicable 2022-2023 salary schedule and step placement. Deputy Superintendent of Business Services and Facilities, base salary at step 9 shall be $269,492. Deputy Superintendent of Education Services and Schools, base salary at step 9 shall be $269,492. Associate Superintendent's base salary at step 9 shall be $238,624. Chief Financial Officer's base salary at step 9 shall be $187,472. Chief Technology Officer's base salary at step 8 shall be $180,262. Assistant Superintendent of Schools Elementary base salary at step 8 shall be $182,614. Director of Communications and Public Information Officer's base salary at step 9 shall be $134,943. And Chief Human Resources base salary at step 9 shall be $167,157. Health and Welfare Benefits. The Deputy Superintendent, Business Services and Facilities, Deputy Superintendent, Education Services and Schools, Associate Superintendent, the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Technology Officer, Assistant Superintendent of Schools Elementary, Assistant Superintendent of Schools Secondary, Director of Communications, Public Information Officer, and the Chief Human Resources Officer will receive the same health and welfare benefits and retiree benefits as other district certificated employees, as those benefits may change from time to time, consistent with their employment agreements. This concludes the summary of the 6th Amendment to the employment agreements for Deputy Superintendent, Business Services and Facilities, Associate Superintendent, Chief Financial Officer, and the 5th Amendment Employment Agreement for Deputy Superintendent, Education Services and Schools, and the 4th Amendment Employment Agreement to the Chief Technology Officer, Assistant Superintendent of Schools Elementary, Assistant Superintendent of Schools Secondary, and the 2nd Amendment Employee Agreement for the Director of Communications, Public Information Officer, and the Chief Human Resources Officer. Copies of the amendment agreements will be available upon request. With that, it is my honor to ask the board to approve the amended agreements for the non-represented employees, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Perez?
Again, you were going pretty good regarding giving to us organization charts for these positions, but it would be beautiful if we had an organization chart of this group of body that work here in the office, a district office. So is there a chance we can get a copy of the organization chart?
Are you asking for the organization chart
Yes,
for the whole,
for for the cabinet.
for the cabinet?
Yes,
I think we have one, and
okay.
Chris?
They're right under the superintendent.
Yeah.
What?
So it's well, we can send it to you, but the org chart that we provide you with all the other positions, all of our positions are included on that. And then we show when we have a new job description and we show where it fits underneath the cabinet member. But on each of those org charts that we give you, the cabinet members are included. But we can send you one that includes the cabinet, not a problem.
Yeah, thank you. And so all these individuals have a positive evaluation?
Yes.
Yes, that's why it's written in the,
And that's accessible for us board members to review?
No.
No?
an evaluation of an employee.
Yes. Can we review those evaluations?
As a board reviewing, no, that is not, that is usually something that's done within an employee and their supervisor.
Which is me.
So someplace in this language, it says, upon receiving a positive evaluation.
I do the evaluations for these folks.
So,
And then Mr. Cerruti does them for some of them as well. So the evaluations are all done.
so we can't access them. The board cannot access
No,
evaluation.
It's an employee issue. We only have one employee, the superintendent.
Want to make it clear.
Well, he's the only one that we are privy to his
And
evaluation.
contract extensions language, mentioned it in your report. Now, what's the contract extension for these positions? Is that something we could review?
Yes, they are part of the contract.
We're asking you to approve it as part of this action.
But-
We're adding a
I
year to
don't-
each of the agreements.
So I don't see, for instance, for chief financial officer, I don't have a copy of the contract.
We're adding a year to each of the contracts, each of the contracts. And
Okay.
that date applies to all of them,
So we're only adding 1 year
to each of them, yes.
for each, okay.
Yes.
Oh, that wasn't clear in here. That's clear, much clearer. And it's my understanding, all these individuals are at will?
They are all
So they're
under
contracted.
contract.
Excuse me?
They're contracted. At will, that's to be, they're contracted. That's what you're approving is their contract. They're not at will.
Is there contract language that states that these individuals are at will?
They are all contracted employees and they all have an individual contract.
And they have employee rights,
Right.
just like other employees, and depending on whether they're certificated or classified. So it's a complicated question, but they're not just at will employees, no.
Well, definitely everybody has rights, but I was wondering, are they at will?
No,
They are not at will. I don't know how else to say that.
Okay. Yeah. So what language is there in the contracts for dismissal?
So the way it works is they can be dismissed without cause, but they have a 12-month protection if that happens. If they go through a regular process, then and they work through their entire contract, then that wouldn't happen. But by having the extra years of the contract, it does protect the individual under contract for 1 year's salary if they were to be released prior to their contract being over.
Yeah. So there's a buyout clause or something like that? Is that what you call it? What?
there's a protection, there's a 1-year protection if the employee was released prior to the end of their contract.
Okay. And also, is there a process in which, I think we talked about this before, that individuals in this class give us prior notice if they plan to transfer, retire, or is that in the contract language?
Yes.
Good. All right. So how much, okay. And, okay, thank you very much. Very good report.
Any other questions? I see one, Ms. Albiani.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work over the last years. It's been very difficult, and your commitment and your dedication to our community, to our students, and to your fellow staff members is greatly appreciated. I want to let you know the board feels that way.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will call for a motion to approve the non-representative employment agreements and amendments to the non-representative employment agreements.
So moved.
Have a motion to second it. Ms. Jamerson, I'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Tritis Espinoza,
Aye.
Ms. Albiani,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Forcina,
Aye.
and myself is an aye. Unanimous. The next item is the Sixth Amendment Agreement for Superintendent, a non-representative employee. I'd like to call Mr. Singh.
Thank you. California Government Code Section 54953C, number 3, requires that a verbal summary of the proposed compensation and fringe benefits be given to the public prior to the final board action on certain employment agreements. The Employment Amendment Agreement approved by the board during the 2021-2022 school for the superintendent requires board action in open session to extend the term of the employment agreement by 1 year for movement on and changes to the salary schedule upon the superintendent's receipt of a satisfactory evaluation. Whereas all eligible represented employees in the district automatically receive eligible step and column advances effective July 1st, upon the receipt of a positive evaluation, salary schedule step advances and increases and contract term extensions for unrepresented contracted employees, including the superintendent, must be approved by the school board in an open session at a regular school board meeting. The Sixth Amendment Agreement for the superintendent contains the following material terms. Part A, for the term of the proposed Sixth amended employment agreement for the superintendent shall expire on June 30th, 2026. Compensation, the superintendent's salary schedule shall align with the step increment and salary schedule structure included in the superintendent's salary schedules attached to the Sixth amended agreement. As a result, the following constitutes the superintendent's salary on the following effective dates. For the 2020-2021 school year, effective retroactive to July 1st, 2020. For the 2020-2021 school year, the superintendent's base salary at step 7 shall be $370,598, consistent with this applicable salary schedule. For the 2021-2022 school year, effective retroactive to July 1, 2021. For the 2021-2022 school year, the superintendent shall receive 1, base pay consistent with step 8 of his 2021-2022 restructured salary schedule, and a one-time off the schedule retroactive payment of 2% based upon the new 2021-2022 salary schedule and his step placement. And when the 2% one-time payment is added together with his 2021-2022 salary schedule base salary at step 8, his 2021-2022 pay shall be $393,281. That's base pay plus one time, which is total pay for 2021-2022. For the 2022-2023 school year, effective retroactive to July 1st, 2022. For the 2022-2023 school year, the superintendent's base salary shall be at step 9, which shall be $400,993. Health and welfare benefits, the superintendent will receive the same health and welfare benefits and retiree benefits as other district certificated employees, as those benefits may change from time to time, consistent with this employment agreement and amendments. This concludes the summary of the Sixth Amendment to the employment agreement for the superintendent, and copies of the Sixth Amendment addendum agreement shall be available upon request. With that, I ask the board to approve the amended agreement for non-represented employee superintendent.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'd like to call for a motion to approve the Sixth Amendment to the Superintendent's Employee Agreement.
So moved.
The first, do I have a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair.
Second, conduct a roll call vote. Ms. Albiani?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Tritis Espinoza?
Aye.
And myself is an aye. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
The next item are board member and superintendent reports. I'd like to call on any board members or the superintendent who wish to submit reports on organization and committee meetings relative to the district and its operation. Oh, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, President. First, I just want to say thank you to everybody for all the work it took to get our year-round schools up and running. I've spoken with a lot of folks who don't work in Elk Grove Unified, and my running line is summer's over in Elk Grove Unified. We're back at it. So thank you for all the work done to get that ready to go. Been out to many of the schools. I will visit all of the year-rounds before the traditional start. That's my goal. So I'm working my way around to that. Also, I just want to say thank you to the board for the support of the cabinet and the work that they have done over the past couple of years and moving into this year. Ms. Albiani, I appreciate the words very much, and I couldn't be prouder to work with these folks, and I look forward to it, and I thank you very much for your support of me as well, and look forward to our continued work together. So thank you.
Next item is consideration of future agenda items. Seeing none. Oh, I didn't see you. Well, you need to, yes, Mr. Price.
Is this the area that I could make some comments or that I
It's
had
not
made
for
earlier?
comments, it's more, and so I have the language right here. It's relative to proposed future agenda items. No action or discussion would be undertaken under this item. It's what's posted on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. You told me earlier that there's a part of the agenda that I may, to express myself on those items that I mentioned earlier?
Are you asking for a future
So-
agenda
so-
item relating to that? Yeah.
What?
On the agenda item.
Okay. I'd like to have that agendized next meeting.
Of what?
Have what
That I
specific?
mentioned earlier.
You have to be specific.
Have to
What are
be
you asking for?
specific when you're making a request for a future agenda item before next.
Oh, I was mentioning a lot of things. I think one of the things that I'm concerned about is student discipline reports that we can talk.
You asked for this as an agenda item last time, and the board
that we
voted it
should
down.
be talking about and recommendations to staff and those policies that affect behind closed doors.
So just,
Closed session.
I'm going back to the item at hand, and that item was addressed and it was voted on by the rest of this board at one of the previous meetings, and the answer was a no from the board members.
That is correct.
So
But yeah,
are there
hold on
any
here, hold on.
other
Okay.
items?
So
besides that?
another thing I would like to agendize is, or have a board communication report on the independent students reports.
So
You can't ask for a report. You can talk to me about a report. Or
Okay.
you can talk to the president about a report, but you can't do it during this time. So we used to have an item here that was called other items from the floor.
Right.
And so, but our attorneys recommended that we don't use that anymore because what it ends up leading to is discussions about items that are not agendized.
Right.
And our public doesn't know we're going to speak about them. So I'm happy to have a conversation with you. I can give you a call tomorrow. And if there's ideas that you have that you're thinking about at BC, I'd be happy to talk to you and see if we can get that done for you.
Okay, so I just
Put a phone
maybe
call.
agendize an update on independent studies.
I can go to a vote right now. Ms. Tritis Espinosa, would you like to vote yes or no?
No.
Ms. Albiani?
No.
Mr. Yang?
Independent studies would.
Just a report, yes or no, then.
Well, I kind of like to understand a little bit more.
What do you don't understand about independent studies? Well, in earlier report, it could be, if we don't have enough people within the program, we may lose funding. So I want to make sure that that program is flowing and funded correctly, and there's no excuse that we have the numbers and that, and
So I don't want to go into
upcoming audits.
full-blown discussion.
Yes.
So you're asking for a
That's
future
what
report.
he asked me that question, so I'm leery of that. If we don't have enough students within that program, we might have to reimburse the state.
Yeah,
money
it's not
back.
a number. It's not about a
Yeah,
number of.
that's what I wanted to bring it up, Mr. Yang.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
Vote? So, Chris, do we report on that on an annual basis?
We'll be audited on that, and it's part of our audit process. But again, we're kind of getting into a discussion about it. This is where we have to be careful. We're not supposed to discuss it, so it's a matter of whether the board is interested in doing.
Well, I'd just like to know a little bit more about it before I vote yes or no.
We will provide information to the board regarding independent study, yes.
When will that be done?
I don't know off the top of my head, because this.
But is that a typical thing that we do annually? So what I mean, what I'm referring to is that's going to be done, right?
I just said we will provide the information to the board with regards to the independent study, but I don't know when because this isn't an agendized topic, so I'm not prepared to speak to it. That's one of the challenges of a topic that's brought up when we don't have any warning or a board member sharing with me that they were thinking about this topic.
I don't see the disadvantage of it, so yes.
Ms. Jamerson?
No.
Mr. Perez?
Yes.
My vote is a no. And so it's a no that the item will be placed on the agenda. I will redirect, however, to speak with Mr. Hoffman and the superintendent on the issue.
Yeah, we will provide information with regards to independent study.
And the last one question I have were agendize. We have had very serious incidents at our schools, and there have been reports on those investigations reports on our staff, but yet us board members cannot review those reports. So I would like to review those reports to see how we are going about it within our board policies.
We can provide an update with regards to those investigations in closed session. We can't do it in open session. And the actual distribution of reports, our attorneys advise us that that's not what we should be doing. So I can give a further update on that and provide a legal reason behind why we don't do that.
So we have legal opinion that board members cannot review reports, discipline reports of our employees?
He already, it's
Is
reinstated
that what
that.
the issue is?
So he will give a
In
different,
closed sessions, I'm referring to closed sessions.
he will give an update regarding that issue. He will give an update separate from that.
Okay, I understand we have updates, but I want to actually see the investigative reports
We understand what you're
that-
asking for, and we'll
that
follow
have
up with you.
been on
There
our
will be-
employees in closed session.
There will be a follow-up communication on that from Mr. Hoffman. That's what he stated. Are there any other items besides those items for future agenda item from any other board member? Seeing none, I'm good.
Oh, the last one I have here is COVID. Are we going to have an update COVID report? I'd like to see a COVID report.
I believe you can talk with Mr. Hoffman separate, but I will re-encourage and reinstate for the rest of the.
Agendized. I like to see a
board
COVID
members.
report agendized.
I will reinstate for the board members. That's where communication becomes
Can I
very
have a vote?
important on the handbook for
Can
that
I have a
item.
vote on that issue? Can I call for the vote?
We can do a vote.
Okay.
Ms. Tritis Espinoza, yes or no on the item?
No.
Ms. Albiani? No. Mr. Yang?
Yes.
Ms. Jamerson? Yes. Mr. Perez?
Yes.
And I'm a no.
What about our students?
The student usually doesn't vote from future items on the floor. That's my understanding.
What?
And
Right.
his vote wouldn't count.
Count because it's not a,
With regards, so he can give us, he can let us know
Yeah.
his thoughts on it.
but
So
it
if he
doesn't sway
doesn't
either way
count in the
direction.
final.
So it's 3-3?
Yeah, at this time.
So who breaks the tie?
Doesn't carry.
Or mine, and he's not here, Mr. Forcina. Yeah. So it does not pass at this time.
We will be providing updates with regards to COVID. We actually just did an update that went out to our entire community with regards to our protocols in place. It went to all of our parents, all of our staff. You received that. So we will be continuing to keep the board updated with regards to what we're doing with regards to the pandemic.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn the meeting at 7:59. Thank you.